morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. How is everybody? Hey, PF Dennis and Bill. Hey, Nergot. Hey, Jim and Ethan. Hey, Arthur. Hey, Malfrey and Mitchell. Hey, Projects in Dad's Garage. Monkey Butler Labs and Bearded Bucket. Hey, John. And what else do we have here? I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Smoles and Kenneth and Lars and Iconic Fab. How are folks? Hey, Pedro. Hey, Andrew. GJ. We are back on the RC car build, and I'm really excited. We do have to do a couple of things in the early part of this, though. I did break a piece of it, so I'm hoping to fix that. We'll see. Hoping what happened there doesn't happen to Steve. I hope not too. It's not fun, not okay. Hey, Arthur and Derek. Hey, Ajax. Hey, B. McNichol. Oh, was it a quarter panel? Yeah, it broke right here. That's a weak spot for sure. Is that where you were thinking? Is that joint right there? Hey, Honor Twig. Hey, Daniel. Void. Yep. Yep. So it is my fault that it broke. I put undue stress on it. Let me see if I can find the old piece. Yeah. I was not really happy. I knew that we would need to put electronics in it today. And I was not happy with the way the trunk piece came out. Because it prints like this. It prints like this, right? And the bridging in there is quite extreme. And that is all stringy. It's fairly loose. I mean, it bridged pretty well considering there's no supports there. And it did reasonably well here where these holes are. But I didn't want to be using VHB to attach stuff to the to that surface. So I reprinted it and I used tree supports. And then I selectively removed some because it was a little extreme. I don't know if I can get a good enough view, but I don't know if I can get the right amount of light in there and focus combination. Oh, there it is. There it is. You can see it. It's really nice, actually. For a moment, you can see it. I'm gonna work on looking fast. Oh, I know. I saw all that stuff. Some of it's tempting. I like the window treatments, and to have some for the back as well would be neat, but I didn't see any of those yet. Hey, Brian. Hey, Chris. So I have not yet used 3D Gloop. This is as it came. I bought this at ERF 22. That is the first time that lid has come off. It's really cool packaging. They do a good job. I hope it doesn't have an expiration date. Oops. The label on top of it apparently does. It has a shelf life. It is not printed on the thing, but it's still quite liquidy. It's still quite fluid, so I have to put some glue on the label. Yeah. Does it say on the outside here? Warning. Yeah, it's okay. We're gonna try it. Textured powder coated PI bed for that print would have made a carpet look for the boot floor. It gets all covered. Everything there gets covered. Not selling any. Think about it. Last time I need it. Yeah. Like I said, it's been a year and a half since I bought it. Typically after opening. Yeah, it's never been opened. It still has the plastic seal around it. So solvents are volatile. Okay. So I'm hoping if I have to, I'll open my garage door. If I smell anything, I'll open the garage door. We'll just have to deal with it. I'm trying. So here, let's go here. I tried buying blackout shades. I didn't buy them right. I just looked on Amazon for a size that was closest to what would fit. I'm not happy with it. I don't like the way it works. I bought 3, but I only opened 1. I'm going to return them. I use layered bond, hard to change when you find something you really like, yeah. So for these other ones for today, trying it out, I put some Coroplast black sheet behind it to try to darken it in here. And it seems to have worked. This is much brighter, much better white balance on this view. So I think I'm gonna have to go to, I think I did 3-day blinds or something last time for the house. And I know they have some blackout actual horizontal blinds. Because I do like the ability to open them to whatever degree I want light in here. So I think I'm going to have to order something custom. The width of these windows is not consistent between them either. So there's about a 1/2 inch difference between them. 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch difference. Pretty bad. Hey, Jeff. So what I did between streams is I broke the quarter panel. But I did it because I reprinted this, and I did not want to do the full assembly that would have taken to properly replace it. So I did flex things out of the way on the bottom here, and I didn't realize it until later, but it did break right there. And that's a really thin spot. If we look at the printed part, it's way back here in the beginning. Let's see. There's a pretty good image of it here. Yeah, here we go. Right there is where it broke. Hey, Marcus. Hey, Great White. Hey, John. So right there is where it broke. And I'm hoping I can use a toothpick or something, get enough gloop in there, and then tape it closed. And we're going to do that very early in the stream here because we have some other stuff we can do while it sits there and dries. And I don't know exactly how long we need. What is the cure time on this stuff? I'm not going to be able to sand both surfaces. I'm going to just leave it as the broken. So it's 24 hours. Strong, it's 15 minutes clamping and strongest in 24 hours. So that'll be fine. She came out way ahead. Yeah. So in order to get that out, I had the rear suspension out, and then I had to pull the rear part of the rear bumper out, and then the whole thing had to flex over a little bit. And it was still clamped in between the floor pan here and the rear panels. All those are out, and then it finally let loose, but I think when it let loose is when it broke. Hey, Adam. Additive Atom. Okay, we need to move. We need to get going. So can I set this? How can I set this such that maybe just working on it from here is a good idea? Grab this camera. Give it a... Ulrich and Stewart. Oh, 2. Okay. That joint right there is what broke. So let's see if we can get this. So things that we're going to do today is I'm going to talk about the suspension and what I did to fix that. I think I have it pretty well dialed in. I did put oil in 3 of the 4 shocks. So we'll do that on the 4th one. And it's been a very long time since I've rebuilt RC shocks. So I may have missed some tip or trick that I used to use. But okay, this, I kind of want to see what I can do. And I'm gonna have to get it out of view here for a second. I want to see what I can do about intentionally splitting this for a bit. Yeah, I think I can get something in there, maybe something a little bigger than that toothpick. I want to intentionally split it so I can get some gloop down in the joint, and then I'm going to tape it together, I think. Hey, Martin. Hey, Troy. Maybe a little screwdriver. Yeah, there we go. Nope, not that one. Okay, I'll have to do it actively when I'm putting it in, I think. Let's set that right there. So, I don't know if Q-tips are gonna help, so I'm gonna grab some Q-tips, some toothpicks, and how close to bashing are we? I think we are a full stream. I'm hoping, I think I'm prepared. I have a charged battery. I have all the things. I watched a video on this Radio Master, which is a complicated radio. I'm hoping we can do it today. Okay, let's go ahead and open this up. So I think the idea here is, what was this? It's basically sand both, slather it over the maiden surfaces, and then give it the clamps. Grab some fresh tape. And then I want some paper towels here. Oh, that's what I forgot to grab. I forgot to grab some. Oh, I got some here. This will work, I think. Okay, paper towels, just in case. Hey, Brent. Did I say Brent already? Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what that's for. Oh, it's got a... Okay. What do I want to do? I think I want to... Can I just take some of this here? Oh, that's a drip. That's going to be interesting. Okay. Let's think about this for a second. No, you to stay. There we go. Okay, I've got that there. I'm gonna slather this wherever I can, and I'm hoping I can just get droplets of it on the end of a toothpick. It is not all that smelly. Okay, I think it's on there. Let me close this up nice and tight. I don't think I'm going to be able to do any better than that. That has a certain bit of, it locks into place because the jagged edge is retained. There we go. Hold it together. There, I'm going to put another bigger piece of tape over this whole thing just to try to hold those two panels together. We won't be able to do some other stuff to this, but we got plenty of things to work on for 15 or so minutes. Yeah, that's fully squeezed together. Okay, we're gonna leave it alone. We're not gonna touch it because I don't think I can do anything about it now anyway. Okay, I honestly don't smell anything from that. I got some whiffs when it was open. I think I'm okay. This is a big 400 square foot room. It did not get on the exterior surface. Unfortunately, there's a seam here in the printed parts. So I did shake it before. Did I? Well, I hope I did. Too late now. I thought I had shook. I guess I didn't. I just did this. Oh well. It is what it is. First time using it. If I have to reprint parts, whatever. At some point, I want to experiment with widening that window frame anyway. Didn't need these. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is let's oil the shock. I'll put oil in the shocks. The problem we ran into, and I don't want to move this around. What time is it? 10:18. I'm going to wait at least 15 minutes before I'm moving that around. Maybe a little longer. And I'll show you the problem with the shocks that I had last time. I think here, or I'll zoom in with that one. This is one of the front shocks that I did oil. The shocks that are spec'd have so the way they're constructed is there is a rod end and a spring perch goes on top of that, and then the spring, and then the rest of the shock body. This is the rod end that these came with. And what was happening is the spring perch was rubbing on the lower A-arms, and in any case, we weren't getting good travel. It was rubbing in the front and the rear, and we weren't getting good travel. So I searched Amazon, I searched my local hobby shop. I bought some Traxxas rod ends, M3 rod ends at the hobby shop. I'm gonna end up not using those, but they'll be handy to just have in a parts drawer. And they weren't expensive. The ones off Amazon were extra long, and that's what these are. And these actually, as they are, work pretty perfect in the front with the alternate front. There are the printed parts have 3 versions of this. One that's normal, one that puts the shock lower, and one that puts the shock higher. And I think this is the one that actually puts it normal, or was it one step up? I don't remember. It was one of those. This is an alternate one. Hey BBs. Hey Eck. I think I had posted a picture in my Discord of this setup, and when it's fully compressed, the tire is right into the fender flare there. So I left these. So these are full length. Where did I put those? I think they're in my box over here. Yeah. Okay. So these are as they are. It's not perfect. They got a little larger of an eyelet end here. These are 24 millimeters long, I think. Yeah, so we're a little over 24 millimeters long. As is, I use these on the front. For the rear, I cut 2 millimeters off. So I made them 22 millimeters, and that seemed to work well. I just used a hobby knife and cut flat or straight, squared the end, 2 millimeters off of it, and the rear looks like it's going to travel correctly. So I've already done that on here. So here's our shock. I cut two millimeters off of that. Let's see. And I measured it. Hey, Michael. So, and then threaded it back on. Now, when you thread them back on, you want to go to just where the threads end to keep it consistent. And that's where I was measuring for as well. And then I measured overall length of the shocks, and they're the same when they're fully extended. So these have a lower cap here that you could remove, and there are seals in there. I did not go through and re-oil all of those. We'll see long term if they leak, but I'm hoping the little bit of seepage of oil that's going to happen no matter what is enough. So then the top comes off to oil them, and these have a bladder. So I am, like I said, it's been a very long time. I don't remember all the ins and outs of rebuilding these or putting oil in them. See, there's a bladder, and this comes out, and that's important because we'll need it out. So that's out. That's there. And then I have this little fold together. This would be easy to print, but I already had one. It's got a it's a little OFNA shock holder. So Daniel, thanks for being a member. So we leave this, we extend the shock completely. Oh, and you notice in there's a little piston, and has different size holes. Now, one of the reasons I bought this set of shocks that 3D Sets recommended off of AliExpress is that it actually is it has tuning parts. So it came with different springs. It came with different pistons, different number of holes, that kind of stuff. So, so I'm getting to working my way towards your question, projects. Okay, so there's a piston with holes in it. Extend it all the way, put it in your little holder, and I already had this on hand. I have a bunch of weights. I could pick anything, but I thought 30 weight might be a good guess. I have no idea. But a 30 weight. There's only kind of boy one. Thanks for being a member. So what we are going to do, and this can be messy, so I'm actually going to do this out of my hands here, but so silicone oil, you do want to keep it dry. It's got a cap in there. I had replaced, I forgot. So we are going to fill this till basically the meniscus of the fluid is at the top. And I know you can't see this, but we have fluid in there. We are going to tap it because there are air bubbles in there. I saw a black Cybertruck on the road yesterday. It looked even worse than the silver one. I've seen one Cybertruck here in town. For the amount and type of driving you will do with this, 30 weight is as good a choice as any. Yeah, that's what I figure. It's going to be a shelf queen. It's not too long. So then slowly push the piston in, and you will notice that the fluid level rises. That's so I don't. There we go. Slowly push that piston in, and then tap it some more. We want all those bubbles that are behind the piston to go up to the right behind the piston or through those holes. You plan on running this at the drag race at Rocky Mountain? We'll see. We'll see, Scott. Maybe. Why not? Okay, and then slowly, I don't know if we'll be able to see that. Let's try that. Yep, you saw that? I don't know if you see the air bubbles coming out from behind it. Tap. Maybe in the death races? No, not a chance. Not a chance. I have partaken in the carnage that is the death races. Okay, and we're gonna do this a couple of times. So cycle it to the top. We want no air bubbles. Now with a bladder, these are in RC, well, in probably any, but in RC they often use what are called emulsion shocks, and the intent is to leave some air in there, and the shocks end up being this foamy fluid in there as they're working and as they heat up and stuff. These are not emulsion shocks because they have a bladder to get rid of any air in here. You guys got to shoot at my drone. Do I get to shoot at the Datsun? I didn't shoot at the drone. So now my blaster may have shot at the drone. So I didn't see any more bubbles there. So we are good. And there's probably enough fluid in there. Maybe we'll put a little bit. This is a messy, there's no way around this being a messy process. It will overflow, and that's kind of intentional. So it will overflow. So this bladder goes concave side down, and I'm going to try to do this, but you kind of put it in here at an angle with it extended, and then, oh, there. I actually got rid of all the air in that. You would see a light blue spot if there was air in there. There's no air. However, it's not okay yet. You do put this in and then push the, I'm gonna kind of hold it in place and push the piston up, and you'll see the oil leaking out. And not all the way up, because the piston will touch the bladder. Now we can put the cap on here. And this is my memory. If I did something wrong, don't quote me on this. And if you, this will go on now. And there is, you can get this fully tightened just by hand. So that is fully tight. And then you can cycle it, and it should poke out just a little bit as you're, if you compress it and let go. So that is my memory. The tips and tricks I can remember from when I did these ages ago. Hey, Steve. Very disappointed you didn't print those. Hey, Doom. I owe you an email still, I know. I owe a lot of emails. I have been scrambling to get ready for Rocky Mountain. It is less than 4 weeks away, and I don't want to actually say that out loud anymore. Okay. I'm gonna put my little cap back on here. Anyone order anything fun during AliExpress anniversary sale? I didn't, I never pay attention to when those are happening. Okay. This goes on here, the spring goes on here, and then this has a slot in the side, goes there, and pushes on there, and then we're gonna put some preload on it. We will put the same amount of preload on both sides. What's happening with open source? Any update on having a Voron table again this year? Yes, but I still need to apply for the Voron table. I got an email saying I have until the 15th. I'm gonna do it before that, but I still have time to apply. Is that amount of return about normal? I don't remember what amount of return you're looking for. Monkey Butler Labs. There is some guidelines, and a lot of what you find out there is really just racers' opinions on what works for them. Better go to it before you do your taxes. I haven't done my taxes either. I've got taxes, open sauce, Rocky Mountain prep, regular stream prep, work. Okay. So that is there. So I am going to, I have no idea. And getting to these is a pain to adjust. So if I need to adjust ride height on this thing, it's going to be an ordeal. But for right now, we will simply make these the same. The rear ones I got dead on without measuring. I measured them and they were exactly 4.28. Oh, it was close. That was 0.2 millimeters off. I hated the old ones with the plastic preload. Oh yes. Oh yes. I have 4.23. That's close enough. Okay. For this piece, it is good to have them preloaded in there. Need to put the end on this side, which I ended up using this. And I think I showed the tool for this somewhere. Haha. This is a tool that I bought back in the day from Techno, and it has a soft spot for gripping the shock shaft, and then it has a ball link out, ball link in pieces. So if we put this on here, to remove air when filling shocks, I use the vibration of an old electric toothbrush. That is a great idea. Hey Zach, hey Nuno. So there is a ball link in, but I found on these it works really well to just kind of get that in the pin there. And then there's a void on this side, and then just a little bit of pressure should get that in there. And that's a little more pressure. I think I went in from the wrong side, but it's fine. There we go. Okay, now that slides up into there. And what size screw was this? I think it was one of these. Yeah. In the right spot. Use a screwdriver to get it in there. There we go. Okay. Now let's go to the instructions, I think. How long has it been? It's been almost 20 minutes. What else can we do though? I have a battery, so we're gonna run 3S. I don't need a lot of capacity. This is one I already had. I think I was gonna use this for the drag racer. That's one of the extras for the drag racer. Be more impressed by active suspension with people have done on RC cars, really. I had to go steal a XT60 off of one of the, so I built two drivetrains for my drag racer. I stole it off of one of them because I could not find the controller side end. So I have a new pack of them in my shopping cart right now. The only problem is the speed control came with such short battery leads. I'm hoping I can put it in there and have it just barely poke out of the deck and be able to plug into it. I think I'll leave the tape on it, but we will start working on this suspension. So here you can see in the rear, I've got it all built. Oh, I don't want to flex that. I'll do it on this side. And that has a good amount of travel, and it is the full travel of the suspension. Before, it was almost level when I had the shocks in there as they came. And the perch here, if you can see in there, the perch was rubbing on this lower A-arm. So see how much higher it is? But yeah, that's way better. So we are doing the same on the front. Now I've noticed that this was resting on the front mirrors. So I have a block here. I'll put it under the front. I will be having guests on the stream tomorrow. 2 members of the Millennium Machines team. I'm gonna have 2 guests. I hope it goes well. I guarantee, there are going to be microphone issues. So it's just something we'll have to deal with. There's no way around it. We have bandwidth issues. We have just microphone setup fun as heck. Okay, so this whole thing just comes out. The servo plugs in here, and I'm hoping I can get to it. I don't have a lot of wire. Oh, the other thing I changed out is, if you look down in there, I changed out the servo arm. And I actually managed to get it installed without taking all this apart. I just took the servo out and I got it in there, and I even managed to get a lock nut on the back of it without taking everything apart. So this thing came with, where is that one? Came with this metal servo arm, and it came with a bunch of plastic ones, but Double T is building one of these and found out that this one off of Amazon says works pretty well. So it's a bit shorter, and I used the middle hole here. So I think that's what I read you used. If it's not correct, then I'll have to fix it, but we don't watch your streams for AV tips. Wow, I don't know how to take that. Looking forward to watching the XT60 soldering. I'm trying to do the same thing for my animatronic Grogu. First attempt together, but it's really bad. Your iron setup, Ethan, is so critical for stuff that needs a lot of heat. You need to dump some heat into it. Iron setup is critical. We'll try to go over that here in a minute once I'm soldering those ends on the thing. Hey, Phil. So it should be, now that all that's done, it should be just a matter of dropping this assembly into here. And I think, yeah, it goes right on here. And we just want to make sure both of these drop down into their spots. I can put this on. Now, I pulled this whole cross member out because you can't quite get that screw past, it rubs on this piece. And you have to put it in at an angle, which isn't ideal, so. Hey, Queasy Diver. Big fat tip and a good iron helps a lot with XT60 and other fat connectors. Yep. Yep, that is going to be the crux of the recommendation. That is, yeah, those are the same length. I want to make sure which size we were using here. By actual AMAS XT60s, the knockoffs are often not nylon and melt way too early. Is that what I have in my cart right now? I found some that were gray, which I thought would be nice. It is really loud. The music is really loud. I don't know if... Really loud on my side. I think it doesn't change on your side the way I have it set up. Then... it's the... Let me look up exactly which length fastener we want, so I don't drive this through the wrong end of the A-arm. Go down to the front suspension. I can barely hear the music, but it's there. Good. Is this it? There we are. So it is an M3 by 25. Yep, that was it. Where's the other one? I may not even have it out because I didn't do those last time. Oh, that's too long. It's 30, 25. There we are. Okay, so I had these in here, and these do have a little bit, the width isn't quite right, so I had placed a washer in there. So I'm putting the flange side of that shock to the rear of the car, and then I'm gonna put this in, and then I'm going to slide a M3 washer in there. Is printing the gears, diff, and PC absolutely necessary? Could you get away with carbon fiber PET G? Even carbon fiber PET G is going to creep over time, but you can try it. I mean, the worst thing is you have to replace it, right? That's the nice thing about the printed RC. Hey, Sean. Hey, Shadell. Lots of 3D printed cosplay props. Nice. Just getting it in there just enough so I can catch. There we go. And it's just taking up some of that extra space there. Hey, Delvin. Yeah, now we've got travel. Considering doing the Baja bug because it reminds me of the old Tamiya sand scorcher. Nice. This one we're going to turn around to where, oops, turn around so it's the same spot. We'll do it again. I don't know if I think it's a definite if we finish this today. What would folks like to see for the next member stream? Hey, Dom. Last day stateside, heading off to the airport in a few hours. I'll have a safe travels home. Where'd that go? No idea. Time for a new one. So bear in mind, the next the next member stream probably has to happen before Rocky Mountain. So a minimum amount of prep is desirable. Oh, come on. I can't even actually see because it's black washer and shadows. Phoenix sneak peek. You're wearing the shirt already? That's step one. Could always hire those prints out to PCBWay or wherever if they're difficult to print on your setup. Oh, the polycarbonate stuff for the gears. Is that what you're referring to? Okay. So that is way better than last time. Next stream rebuild after the first crash. Okay. Something I might, it might be, because I have a lot of it already prepped, is work on that controller test station I've been talking about. Because I really need to use it. I never have any of that type of content on here, Lars. I have foam dart blasters. I'm almost tempted to just keep going with brightly colored ones and test the system. I mean, it's ridiculous. Oh, that comes all the way up here. That's good. Because it's not, that content is all over the place. It's all over on YouTube. And it's just a matter of the algorithm hit it. And the appeals process is where the real problem here is. The appeals process was automatic. And I would like to know if there is a scenario where the appeal is ever granted on the first try. I would be surprised if there is a single scenario. I bet you it is set up to deny just by default. And you're talking about live stream content. Does that apply to member streams? Do they run the same? Because I don't do those on my regular content. I only do them on Charlie's Angel streams. Thing that gets me is that he's had the blaster on screen tons of those times and never had an issue. Exactly. So, I mean, I don't want to not do fun content that is obviously within the terms of service because a glitch in the AI flagged a video. I don't want to stream in fear. I can get away with that. I don't rely on this. If I was relying on this for my livelihood, I would have a much different opinion. Facebook banned me from a Revo 0.4 nozzle printing. That is hilarious. They may have cranked up the sensitivity due to yesterday's events in Russia. Who knows? But I don't think I want to not do stuff. And I'd like to know if it makes a difference on if it's a public live stream or a members live stream. Okay, shocks are done. Let's continue by checking. No, I have to remove that. So let's go to the instructions, see where we can continue. I think we can put the seats in. Let's put the seats and stuff in. Is it possible that someone with a grudge reported and triggered that? I wonder, or strictly an automated response? That I don't know. It sounds like Nero thinks it was automated. It was an AI. So, here, let's get going. Hey, Letian, it is a fair lady, and it is awesome. It is such a good model. Scrolling through, oh, here we are. So we put the interior tunnel in. I think the color swatches could have a lot to do with it. There are the seats, and the seats go together with M3x10s. So let's grab all the seats. So M3x10s and then some M3x10s from the bottom to hold them in place. Seats turned out really well. They're a little dusty and a little stringy, I guess. But this is some old eSun brown PLA that I have. But yeah, it adds texture. There's the seats. They are the same side to side. Might not rely on this for income, but I do want to say value your content and everything you do for the community. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is Nero going to be able to stream again soon? Or is he hard banned at the moment? I don't want to give any status because I don't know what he has released or talked about. So I know when stuff like this has come up and it's very obviously a glitch, a overzealous algorithm, whatever, the community has rallied and the right ears have been found. So I would expect that it is very frustrating and anxious and annoying, but I am hoping that it gets taken care of quickly. It's the patina. I forgot that Nero's up in Canada and they have cracked down on the media censorship. So even though it's YouTube, it still goes through Canada servers, which can trigger any number of flags. That's a good point. I don't know. I have no idea if it could be a region specific thing. There's a little bit, looks like there's a little bit of adjustment in the vehicle for where these go. There's a screw here and it sits across a feature here, and there's a slotted hole there. So I think I kind of probably want them just a little further back. It still has a little bit of wiggle in there. That's okay. It's in place. Look at that. That's so awesome. Maker Dave. A lot of thought has gone into how those parts are printed on that RC car. Every part is functional, has a very production-like appearance. Yes, absolutely. They do such a good job with these models. The criticism I have is in the part selection. The shocks are completely wrong for this, and I don't understand how they can be that off. And I don't pay attention to their Facebook group. I don't know if anybody else has reported it, but I'd be very surprised and wonder if it hasn't been reported before. That is so cool. The seat wiggled. That's as real as it gets. The real car wiggled. It's actually sitting on socks now. I like the look at your 2.4 with a Z umbilical. Going to try it on my 2.4. Awesome. We're back to the manual finally. This is good. We get to do the hood. This is a exciting part. So I did that. We removed the supports. It's a feature, not a bug. Yeah. And then I need to grab a bunch of parts. So I have 2 hinges in here. There is one. I need this pretty soon. Oh, I should put the rear view mirror in there, since I didn't do that before. Where's the other one? Where did I put? I know I saw it somewhere. Silver Sharpie. Are you allowed to publish your mod for the 3-screw motor? I am very willing to give it out to individuals. I was never contacted when I requested permission to post the remix. Their license very specifically appears to not allow remixes of their parts without permission. So I'm respecting that. There are lots of options and add-ons stuff out there, as well as remixes of parts. I think like the side pipes, that I think is fair game, but the remixes of parts, unless I got permission, I mean, whatever, but I'm not gonna violate that. For personal use and individual that ask for them, I will provide what I did, but I won't publish on printables or on my GitHub. Okay, there's a little bit. Let's go across the whole thing, just give it some consistency. That's what I did on the front mirrors, so I figure I'll duplicate the same thing there. Put any thought into building an RC drift car? This basically is, hey there, GPs. Have you used a Mellow Pi or Pi Lite? I have a Mellow Pi. I haven't set it up yet. Can't bust and love it. So I've work to do. I'll catch up the VOD. See you, Simon. Random question. Has anyone found different magnetic force for different PEI sheets on the same magnetic bed? Yes. So the metal that the sheet itself is made out of can have an impact. The thickness of it can have an impact. If there are coatings on both sides, the thickness of that can have an impact. Okay, before I get too far, and I once again don't want to flex this thing yet. Let's see. I was supposed to do this way back. Yeah. Probably would have been easier to do way back because that isn't going in there immediately. You've seen the Ember Prototypes camera assisted XY offset calibration tool? I have one. Oh, there's a little nubbin on here to lock it in place. So I wonder if part of it is that needs, just get any possible. Even a black PI sheet and it just doesn't stick down nearly as much as my original gold. Guess it might be the grade of the spring still. Yeah. Well, gloop isn't going to work on this because it needs to slot into a spot. And I don't know how much force is going to be okay. I'm going to play with that more and it'll probably fall out at some point. But it's just barely wedged in there right now. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. I have one of those cameras. I've used it on the Tridex. I plan on using it on the 2.4 or the Phoenix. It's already a 3-screw remix on one of 3D Sets printables collection. So 3D Sets has their own collection. Should stop just before it snaps. That's really what I just did. Yeah. Okay, in 3x6s. Did I save some of those out here? Where did I put those? Where did I put those? See you, Brent. Hey, Bob. Thought I had all of those right here in my tray. Where did I put the M3x6s I was using? Where did I put those? Not there. What do we got? Where did I put those? I had a bunch of them. I thought they were in the orange and black tray here. Not over there. Here. Ah, I've got some anyway. Yep, there they are. There they are. They're up in my... They're in a tray. I mean, they're in a bin where they should be. I also have some shorter ones with the knurling on the outside. I wonder if those will fit into... Let's find out. I wonder if they'll fit into here better. These just kind of drop in. Let's try the knurling ones. Those are tighter, but might be too tight. Yeah, those just slide right in. No friction whatsoever. And these, the heads of these screws are very all over the place. I'm gonna try the tight ones. Where'd that go? Oh, it went away. Be found when I sweep. Yeah, that'll be found when I sweep. To duck out for some more RMRF prep. Thanks, Pathetic Puma. Have a good one. Posted a link to that collection in the Charlie's Angel stream chat. It is okay. Well, this is 3D sets, and they are recognizing, I would say this is recognizing add-ons and modifications. If they put this in their collection, that's approval. But I don't have approval to post mine, but this one's out here. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things. They have it in their license. If they're not enforcing it per what they wrote, that's fine. All I had to go by was what they wrote, though. I didn't know that they had a collection there. I never think to check collections. Is that just one random pink part under the hood, or is that the lighting? That's the servo. That's the servo. Hey, Redacted. Does the kit have working headlights and brake lights? The headlights do not have any features to allow for lighting. However, all of the indicators there in the back have gaps on the back of the printed part where an LED could go. Okay, so these guys, these go into the side here, and this is splitting layer line, so I'm gonna just kind of slowly work this in. Do not want to accidentally, I think the layer lines go right across that. I'm seeing an upgrade coming. Then night driving. You could very well model a headlight there. There's plenty of spots to get. You could make a spot for wires. And then M3x6s for the hinges. Looks like I need 4 of those. So hinges here. So looking at this picture. So this goes right there. There is not a lot of material there to should put FPV gear in the car. That would be fun. I still want to do an FPV drone. It's just all the rules and stuff around that. This is a just tighten until it touches, and hope it doesn't show through on the other side. And it looks like it's good. This is the part I was looking forward to, is looking forward to getting the hood and the doors on. Hey, Bob, I don't remember. Are you going to be at Rocky Mountain? Who's all going to Rocky Mountain? Okay. So that's all that goes here. And then this goes into here. There we go. There. Ooh. Hopefully that opens without any drama, but the hood is on. Look at those gaps. Look how even that is. Very nice. Delmar, maybe. Ethan will be there. Computer Bucket will be there. I'm not. Still trying for IRF. Okay. I'm hoping for IRF as well. October, September, October, November are very, very busy. That is on. Hood can be removed anytime by pushing hinges to the sides. Remove the hood provides better access to the engine compartment. Better than a Tesla. Oh, we got side windows. So in this, we'll assemble the side windows, and that's where we are going to, I think, skip this for a second, because I want to give this maximum at the very last bit that we want to put these in. So these are already cut out though, and I have all those parts. I want to do the doors. That's been. So all the supports have been removed, and we have windows. So now we need to get the doors together. So I am going to need a door handle. It looks like M2 by 8. I didn't get all the supports. There's a spot that it doesn't really say. How does that go in? There's a little spot right there that I don't know if that's supposed to break through. But it seems to have a screw going through it. It does. M2 by 8 going through it. So I think that's gonna, oops, I was showing this. M2 by 8 going through there. There's these two. And that's holding on the door handle spring. So, and that ends up looking like that. So door right, door handle right, door handle spring. A little setup. See, these are the alternate springs for the car. So it comes with 3 different spring rates for those. Let's see, spring. There's a door handle. This little part. I think that was the door handle. Yeah. Windows. I think, oh shoot, I got a bunch of windows. I got extra ones that I've been cutting because I was trying different things. I know we're gonna need those at some point. There's that. Door panels. Which are those? I think those are the hinges to put the doors on. There's the other spring. Side windows. door hinge. Okay, let's try that. Oh, never mind. I've got door latch or inside catch. Little tiny parts. Oops. Window crank. Anyone see that gorgeous video of plasma plumes from the Starship reentry? I did not. Door window frames. Okay. That should be the bits of parts for a little while. Davis. See you, Zach. We'll be here a little while. I don't know how to define a little while yet. I would really like to finish this today, but I've got a very full day as well. Did I do all the scraping on these? I'll make sure I've got a good bit of scraping done. Scraping tool. Yeah, I think I got most of it. This was the side facing down that has a brim. Yeah, we're good. I don't think there's ever been footage like it, as Space Shuttle never had cameras. Now, we are working on, let's work on this one because that's the best view here. So we're going back to this and this kind of goes in. We have a door right and a door handle left. This is the door handle left. This is the door handle right. That doesn't make sense. Maybe it is. Maybe it does. It goes in there. Ah, where's that go? There's a couple of slots. You see those slots there? We got to get this oriented in here correctly. Okay, there's a hint here. This picture here shows we see it from this side, the angle that they're showing it. Aha, okay. So if we take this in at a pretty good angle here and get it into the spot, I got it. It's just very tight, and it probably has to be. I had it going in there a second ago. catching right there on the edge. Doesn't look like a normal deburring tool. Yeah, that deburring tool, this would, it's on my Amazon affiliate store. It's a Noga scraper. It's got a blade on the end here, and it's 3 sides, and it's basically, I use it like I do the X-Acto knife. You slide it across the edge with a little bit of an angle. It works best. Scraping the edge of a part. So this goes in white. It just needs some, it's catching right here on the end, and it's not a matter of, let's see. So see, it's got three cutting sides, but you orient it so that you're just kind of scraping back on your part. Bill alerted me to the existence of these a few streams ago, and I finally got around to buying one. I've had it since the last time we were working on this. This car is going to be very carefully driven around. Yes. Hopefully that 3D gloop repair holds up, and then I won't feel like I need to this go in. There we go. Okay. So then the idea is this will pull out, and that little feature there sticks around the screw here, so you can actually use the door handle to open it. It's Bill's fault. Yep. We don't want another dent in the garage door. Okay, and then these guys. Imagine, let's see, this is going to go like that. Goes down in there and there, and then screws in there. That gives it the springy. Now, is it, oh, they're both the same. Oh, they are both the same. Okay, so this is treated as if it's symmetrical, but it's not really, but it'll be fine. So then I need 2 by 10 or 2 by 8. I don't want another dent. Nope. That threads through there, but I want to check because that's quite tight. Why is that actually threading through there? I don't know why it's threading through here when it threads into there. So I'm going to open this up a little bit. I think that's a 2.5 millimeter bit. I want a 2 millimeter bit. Is that what I have here? This might be a 2 millimeter. Let's see. I already have it out here. For another task. Where'd mine? Ah, they're there. Ah, cool. It is the 2 millimeter. FPV rabbit hole is deep. I know how deep it is. I have not explored it for that reason. Okay. I do not want this to split. So. And I'm pretty positive it doesn't need to thread into this. It's just holding it in place. How's your Milo project going, Bill? I built my tilt back mod and it worked first try. So I can work on mine a lot easier now than, so much better. I can work on it a whole lot easier now. Just tilt it back on its back. I think that will hopefully wear in over time. Let's see, that pushes and the head of the screw catches in here. Mine's going a little slowly. Self-source has more design problems to solve for than kit. Well, yeah, absolutely. Okay, next, where's my other handle? So let's scrape this just to make sure. They don't have much for any elephant's foot at all. It's just rounding over the corners, really. What did I miss? Steve launched the car off the workbench into the garage floor yet? No. We got a while. I just decided to be a little more aggressive with that one, since I knew how the other one went together. Okay, that. Well, that was it for that step. Door has working door handles. You need to pull them out to be able to open the doors, which is awesome. One of the cool things about this kit. Now we need M2 by 12. Right in here. Here. So, what do we have? All of these parts. That and that. That goes down through there. Shows there. And 2 by 12. Okay. I think this part goes in here. I think that faces away just like that. So all this would lay flat in this orientation, and then 12mm. Got these. Yeah, 12mm. We'll need 4 of these, I think. 2 by 12s, yep. I'm here because the baby stirred and I was expecting to have to feed him, but he rolled over for more sleep. Quinn or Daniel next? So Daniel did the filament dryer, 4 filament dryer. Okay, that, I don't think that, this is a hinge. So I want this to thread in on one of these and not, so it threads in there. So I want these to be clear. They are not anywhere close. So I think drilling these out is a good idea. This is a hinge. You don't want it to thread through both pieces. So just a very slow. And also the threading into here, such a small part, the risk to splitting it is very high. Okay. Will you bring printers, 3D sets models to Rocky Mountain? Hey, Gentech, welcome. Yes, the plan is to bring all of the above. At the very least, this model. I don't know if I'll bring the buggy. Okay, so that should slide there. And then I'm planning on lots of printers. And we have a hinge. So let's build both of these. Crimping is right there with cleaning a... Let's see our printers in real life. And then those go on with M3x6s onto the doors. Okay. My expectation is to have printers, I'm hoping to have printers spread out in a few different places there. That is going to hinge on my ability to effectively manage my time over the next 3 weeks, basically. Hinge, right? I'm looking forward to Rocky Mountain because I get to participate and see all the cool things. You do, yep. Hosting is so much work. Cool. That, and this one. Surprisingly enough, they just look like Vorons. My expectation right now is to take my original V2, Charlie wire. I'd like to get my legacy done, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. That might be the thing that gets sacrificed that I've been wanting to do, but couldn't. Here, let's see something. This does not look right. I put those in backwards. I put both of them in backwards. See you later, John. they go this way. After stream, it's off to the hobby shop for FPV research. So I went to our local hobby shop for the first time in quite a while. They changed locations since I had been there last, and there's so much cool stuff there. I hope that opens properly. It goes into quite an angle here, right? Oh yeah, because it bolts in basically at a right angle. It doesn't have to open all the way. Okay. Ordered a brass badge for Rocky Mountain. I'm very excited about seeing everyone. You renting a van again? Yes, we're renting a big cargo, not a minivan this time. We're renting a cargo van. Be my first rep firmware ever. Yeah, you had to miss Smurf, huh? You were planning on going to Smurf and couldn't make it? Is that right? Am I remembering right? Okay. That is the hinges and then the window. So push the cutted glass foil into the frames carefully. So these are these plastic windows are never going to be perfect. There's no way for me to keep them scratch free. See, scratches, but they're pretty nice. Okay, so there is a groove along in here, and I think the idea is that we are just getting these into there. Is there a deeper groove than it looks like? Because there's very little chance that that is actually going in there. Oh, December was a bad timing for Smurf. This year I think I'll make it to Smurf in Manchester. Yep, I'm hoping to as well. That window, there is no chance that that is going in there with the space provided. There is no chance. Let's see. This is the template they have you print out. It is right on. Is there something I am missing? It might go in there further than I think. Oh, it might. It might. If I push that in there, it is going further into that bottom piece. So maybe there is some overhang filament in there that's getting in the way. I can kind of see. Yeah. So let me see if I can pry this out. It is raining. Let's see, there is a bit of, pull that out. It's a little bit of post-processing here. Maybe I can just kind of, I don't know if I can get a good angle with this. I think I'm better off with the detail of the hobby knife. That seems all okay. as that bottom was. So let's try this again. Not sure which angle is going to be the best to try this. This stuff will fog up a little bit if you bend it too much. It will show the stress marks. I see a little bit of stuff here, so let's scrape this. See if this works any better. I cut these on my wife's Cricut. There is some burrs around the sides here that I think cleaning up, it's not gonna hurt my chances. A heavy downpour with a bit of hail about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, I can hear, I mean, it's raining pretty good out there right now. That's feeling like it's gonna help. I'm gonna try setting this on, give it a little more support on the edge of my desk. I know you can't see. That's what I'm doing. Going on the edge of the desk here so it has some consistent support. Oop. Okay, that is all cleaned up. Let's see if that helped our chances. Are the tires 3D printed as well? They are, but there is a purchase. You can buy them. Okay, let's try this. That goes, I think that really needs to go in like that. I think that front corner, I don't think there's any way for me to avoid that needing to be the first thing in there. But I really think the shape is just wrong. Oh, might be almost there. Aha! It's on. Whew. And it is a little a little foggy. I mean, even this microfiber cloth is probably too harsh to clean it. But it worked. First try, exactly. Part 2. Okay, let's start with cleaning this out because this had the other one had it. Yeah. Actually pulling the tip of the blade backwards through here, using the tip as a scraper. Trying to pull the next bit of that. Come on. See, I see it's loose in the bottom there. Very bottom. Oh, there it is. There we are. Yeah, this long, basically, bridge, I mean, the angle in there, that overhang, I guess is the correct thing, there, is causing most of those fitment problems. For PCP pellet gun that you can use 3D print the components. Well, just for abundance of caution, respond if you have an answer without using that word. Maker Viking, welcome. This right here is what makes a live build take so long. One of the things. Okay, let's see if that helped. There we go. Yeah. Okay, the other window. I wonder is getting you in trouble with that question. I mean, it's just so. It's just, right? I really like this scraper, Bill. I think it's worth it. Takes a certain technique to use well, but that's normal for a good tool. You hit this at about edging between about right around a 45-degree angle and kind of going either side of that. And you get that edge pulled off that was left by the cricket blade. Don't want to risk getting in trouble. Oh, yeah. Anyone know a good store to source the non-printed parts for 3D sets in Europe? There's a store here in the US. I've just been self-sourcing. "3D Sets" is based in Czech Republic. And the minimum wattage of diode laser is recommended to cut 3mm acrylic. Are you talking any kind of transparent acrylic? You know, because a diode laser is not the right wavelength to cut anything clear. Push it in here. Oops. Is it 8th scale? Yes. The scale on this is 8th scale. Practice makes perfect. Prep makes perfecter. Cool. Okay. M2x6s. Seeing you can cut it if you put some tape over it. No, you won't be able to. You won't. It will cut through the tape and then it'll go right through the acrylic. Yeah. You're not going to be able to get through you're going to end up with a melty mess if it works at all. So you're going to be burning the acrylic and then cutting the burn away because that's what it can reflect off of. And then you might be able to make it through that way. I don't know, but the general idea is it's not worth trying. Goes into a slot there. Put in there well. I wish that these were less scratches, but I can't really do anything about that now. Okay, 2x6s. That is the 6. I don't want to blow through this. That would be tragic. Once I get everything sorted and figure out how this garage is going to ultimately look, and I have the shed all sorted, I do want to get a CO2 laser. Probably a fairly large one. Yeah, putting some tinting on these would help with that scratching, huh? There's something that's keeping that from. The other one's set down there fine. You thought about one of those desktop water jets? No. Isn't media for water jet cutting kind of a expensive and a pain to deal with? Does one go all the way down? Oh, it's sat up just a little bit. Okay. The hybrid CO2 uses an oxygen stream to make cuts out of certain metal. But if you drive it for 5 minutes, hit something, you have scratches all over the place anyway. Oh yeah. K90, aren't those? K40 is what they're called, the K40s. All parts you can pick up a K40 CO2 units very reasonably. So budget, from what I see, it's similar to any of those. Budget about double that in the mods you're going to want to make to it. At least double that. Okay, we have doors that look like doors from the outside. Let's make them look like doors from the inside now. Look like doors from the inside. We have an M3x6. So just going from the other side, and door handle, and oh, that's all on this part. Okay. Not all tools should be made desktop side. That's a good point. Okay, so this guy goes on there. Get screwed in from the back. These door handles function. Yep. Type build machines you don't need to mod, but big cash. Well, I was talking about the K40. You buy a cheap small CO2 laser on Amazon or whatever, budget double or triple that for making it work the way you really need it to. Oh shoot, what in the world just happened? There was an M8 in my M6 bin. It popped through. Let's see if I can roll that back into the spot. Oh, yeah, mostly. You won't even be able to tell. Doesn't stick out. Sticks out a little bit, not nearly as much. Omtech, yes, Omtech was a big one I was looking at. I'm gonna try something here too. Smooth jaw pliers. See if I can get a little more compression on that. A little bit. It doesn't stick out as much now. Then slides into the door. So this has a kind of a dovetail joint set up here. It goes there and there. But before I do that, I'm noticing some deburring I want to do. I would have reprinted. It's fine. I don't want to deal with that. There we go. It was mostly right there, because I had already deburred these. It was just there at the small detail edges. I'm sure this one's good. Right there on that front corner. Okay. Make the other side match, it'll look like plugs. It'll be fine. Slides right on there. Look at that. Isn't that just very nice? Missed the plastic vapor barrier behind the door panel. And have you seen a printer mirror the build plate on the slicer when you send the print? Yes. It'll have to do with the difference between how your printer is set up and how the slicer is set up as far as your origin point, probably. Okay. Then we get to snap in the door handle and it's an N2 by 12. Wow. For the window crank. N2 by 12, and then those just snap in. So let's look at these. So we have a door crank This, the spacing of the spacing or the layers, the spacing of the layers meant it was not super easy to make these multicolor. So I'm going to use the Sharpie trick again. So I think I'm going to Sharpie the end of the window crank. Just do the end. Once counted how many lasers I had in my house, and it was a lot. So the optical disc readers and writers, jumped forward a couple of decades, I had very few lasers in the house. Yeah. Is there anything in here that I can get away with? Make the handle itself, just the surface of it, black. That might be nice. Leave the border, the quote unquote chrome. Laser pointer somewhere. When I was young and dumb, I got pulled over for my friend was in the passenger seat pointing a laser pointer at, we were driving on the freeway and pointing a laser pointer at the license plates and stuff of cars in front of us. Got pulled over, told that wasn't okay, and let go. Okay. These snap into place. Go like, well, they're supposed to snap into place. This one is not going to snap into place. That will not. We have 3D gloop. We have super glue. I feel like I don't want to deal with the gloop because this is not structural or anything. So I'm just going to throw a little dab of super glue. Young and dumb just before you're old and dumb. Yeah, exactly. It's just my dumb stuff now in general is not likely to get me in that much trouble. Okay, so that's that one. And there's like no real amount of glue here, just, and that one actually snapped in, but that'll make sure it stays. And then an M3x12 or M2x12 for the, hold the whole thing together. Through a door winch, and I really don't want to deal with threading through this. So that is going to get drilled out. And if you remember, I was dealing with the shifter knob last stream. Did not want to do that and probably end up breaking these trying. Now that can go through there and then thread into here. Now this is one of those that I think, similar to what I did, where was that, for the parking brake? I think I'm gonna grab some button heads for these. Where are those? The into button heads. Grab button heads so they're a little lower profile. Ooh, way too long. Oh, yeah, this is the bin that that fell, that spilled. You remember ages ago? I had these. It might have even been Charlie that spilled it. Yeah, those will work. Except I need, oh, these will be actually nice because they're extra small head, but I need the little 1.3 millimeter driver. Do I have one of those in here? Ooh. Yep, nice. iFixit kit to the rescue. Yeah, that'll be way better. Nice. I feel like I'll put it at about the same as the other one. Screws everywhere, pretty impressive on screen. Okay. Then it goes on. We can put the doors on. I think this has probably been drying long enough. I can take the tape off. We didn't put the window in. Let's put those rear windows together. I'm going to go straight to scraping these. So do the same thing, because I can tell that they're going to need it. Let's say that's 45 minutes giveaway. Then I remember this is member stream. Hey, Jack. Yep. This is a fairly satisfying tool too. Just when you get a good scrape going, and you can see it's being effective. And then you accidentally go across and scratch across the middle of your window. I didn't do that on this, but I've done it. Okay. One of these days I'll build one of those kits right after I finish the other project I've lined up. There's always another project. Honestly, a big motivator, or a big thing, a big benefit, I should say, not motivator, but benefit to doing these streams is I would not have done a fraction of the projects I've done, even not considering budgets. Even if you disregard budgets, I would not have finished or began or tried nearly as many projects. See you, the GPs. Hope everything's going well. Oh, okay, those are done. So let's get them in here. So I think the same deal. Let's look to see if there's any things we're gonna run into. This is much smaller spans, so I think similar, I'm hoping, similar to on the side windows. It was only that longest span that really needed attention. Side is, maybe it's this side. Hey, TJ. All wing, awesome. Good to hear. Okay, those are not nearly as tight as the side windows, but it's there. Yeah, not nearly as tight. Look at it this way, if I die broke, I saved money and time having to make a will. People. So if we go back, we want to put these rear windows in. So these just push into place apparently. It scares me a little bit. It is set. It's been setting for a couple hours now. take a look to see if there's any plastic that's gonna, or any squeeze out. Yeah, there's a little bit, so let's clean that up. It is nice and feels pretty hard. I think that's fine. I think it will be fine. Don't worry, you glued it just next to it, yeah. So then this guy should go in here. I guess that's that's just a friction fit into there. Yeah, because it's nothing else. Cool. Keep thinking of the tarp on my Celica so the roof wouldn't leak into my taillights in the rain. I had a Dodge Neon back in the late 90s, and those had tail light leaking issues into the trunk floor, not to mention the head gasket leaks. But okay, that's gonna go in there like that. We're about to have a pretty much complete exterior. Hey Martin, this is fully radio control. Yep. The Neon was not horrible. The Neon had its issues for sure, but it was a very fun car. It was a very popular road racing and autocross car. And I did that at the, not road racing, but I did autocross back in the day. I was very, that's the car I put a Mega Squirt on. Neon and Yugo are about the same in my book. Come on, Bill. You're hurting me. And 3x6s. You're hurting me. I liked my Neons. I had 5 of them. Where'd my screwdriver go? Where'd my screwdriver go that I'm holding in my hand? Okay. Oh, that's gonna be, maybe we need to go, maybe we need to go to the longer screwdriver. Do you have 5 so you can keep one running? You can have 5 at one time. Okay, door's on. Let's see if it closes. Okay, now will it open? That is so cool. That is so cool. Oops. It's closer to Tesla body lines on this one, but that's okay. Hey, Jeff. That is so cool. Hey, Takuya. Oops. Chrysler Neon was appalling. They dumped all the stock they couldn't sell into AU with bad left right-hand drive conversions. Better than the GTO he got after. There we go. Got my finger over there. Let's see if that works. Nope, I'm not hitting the spot. There we are. All of my neons were first gen, which was 95 through 99. My 98 Neon RT was my project car for a long time. I put a turbo off the SRT4, which was the turbo model that came out in the second gen. It ran a best of 13.8 at 105 at the drag strip. So 13.8 at 105 in a neon was fun. Okay, it is a complete body. That is so freaking awesome. Oop. Interior's in. Windows are scratchy, but they're in. What's next? Hey, Manuel. Wipers. One. So the wipers had a support on them that on the last one seemed to come off good because I did take one of them off. Oh yeah. Just basically fell right off. So then it has, which is cool because then it has the black, the wiper part. I think it is getting close. We need to set up this. We need to set up the radio. Clean this up a little bit of any little extras. This is right out front, so that's that. And this one is already pretty clean. I could do without this rain. I thought we were done with rain. Yeah. And we have M2 by 8s. Remove the supports. Put those in. And And the front spoiler. Oh, we're not done with the body. I forgot. There's a spoiler. Excuse me. Okay. Once again, so I don't break these, I'm gonna drill out the mounting hole. Although there is not a lot of material here. And we will once again use some button heads instead. Spoiler alert. Printed the blades in TPU. Okay. Over here, it's snowing in Iowa, so you got the better end of the wedge. Needs a servo to make the wipers white. Yeah, it does. Do I have a small head? 8? I think they're all the larger head. At 8? Yeah. So 1, 2. One day I'll sort those out. These have already been threaded into because this is where the little assisting piece for the, oops, let's put that on upside down. The assembly aid for the windshield screwed into these. It's always snowing here in California too, in the mountains. So the next detail here would be to take these and warm them up and bend them to, they say by 8. I don't think these need to be 8. There's a lot it's threading into. And I think I might have some 6mm long ones with an even smaller head on them. Yeah, those. Where's another one? There. Yeah, see. Different size head on those M2 screws. This means I need to grab my iFixit kit again. Did you install the water pump and tubing for the windshield washer? I did not. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to bend those. Keep them down low. Nice. I have issues with overheating and disconnects with RP2040 based tool head boards. Some of them can get pretty hot. They do make some fan setups. Okay, so 4 M3x8, the grill and the spoilers. So I already removed supports on this. And I think I've already cleaned up. Yeah, it's already cleaned up for the stuff. The grill. Is that in here? Or did I thought I already put the grill on the, I thought the grill already went in here. There's a lower grill? Uh-oh. I don't see this piece. How would I have missed printing that piece? I don't have that grill. Don't have that grill. Let's look at the parts. Hold on a second, I'm cleaning up here. So I don't have this piece, the spoiler front grille. I want to see where, let's go back to the older file, spare part, actually not spare parts, let's go ready to print. Prusa slicer plates. Front spoiler grille, was it by itself in a part? It was. Yeah, I don't remember printing that. I think I missed it. Spoiler front grille. I have the correct filament already on the Mark IV. I can print that. I can print that. I need to go do that over there though. I need to make sure the plate is clean, because if I don't and I just send it, I'm going to regret it. So give me a moment. I am going to let you look at the things behind me, I guess. For all areas that max dancing doesn't keep you enough entertained. I'll be right back. Okay. It is going. The tires are made of TPU. We will move on from this and get into this stuff. So the fan is 5 volts, but it still says in the 60s now. Oh, yeah, I needed room for the Milo. Did you see my rear cable management on there? You guys see this? So I redid the feet. So I added some material at the back, and then I added a bumper here below the VFD so I can tip it on its back. And then all the wiring here is all cleaned up, ready for tomorrow. Okay, we have speakers. Speakers. There are a surprising number of parts just to make these speakers look correct. They put a ton of effort into the speakers. Oh, I'll need that part. I think that's the last of the parts I'm going to need out of here. So remove the supports. So tip, the raised area around speaker creates additional space for battery cables. I see. I won't need that. All of this just kind of snaps together, I think. So we get these guys. Oh, and is that threaded? Oh, it is. That's neat. It is. I think that's about as far as it needs to go. I threaded in just fine. Oh, there it goes. A little bit more. Something ended up right there in the print. This did print like this. So, and this is really thin up in here. To be fair, the sound system was the most expensive part in most of these cars. That is so true. That other one I got in there just first try, not even thinking about it. Flag it and tell our supplier quality team to make sure they fixed it. Oh, that goes even further. Okay. Ah, there we go. If I grab it from either end, pinching it from the top and below, I can get it to thread in and be a lot lower profile. This is one of our suppliers. Saw some really bad cable management. I think watching Steve made me aware of how bad it was. Glad to help. And then these guys pop in here. Let's just snap in. And then these snap in here. Specific feature. It says they go in after, but I wonder if they actually went in before. Or if they would go in better before. There we go. Yeah, I think they would go in better before. This clearly shows it going in after. They are, I don't think that's correct based on what I just saw. Unless it's just tight fit and it just happened to work better for me to put it in here first, but it slides right in from the back. It snaps right in there. Look at those woofers. Okay. You can use a tailgate brace when accessing the ESC switch or when replacing the battery. You can always pull out the battery cover completely. Then onto wheels. Align those seams. There you go. One of the last steps is putting the front spoiler on. It says to print a fuse since they are so easy to break. Broke mine the first time I drove it outside. I only have one right now. That's okay. So we have wheels. And this is the design that I printed was this one. I did print the tires. I have purchased tires as well, but the build will be with these. So they do have TPU printing suggestions, and that's what I went with. It worked first try. They turned out pretty well. And these basically go together like this. There's this hub that goes into the front half of the rim, and then there are indexing pegs all over it, and then you have to line up the screws. I've already done all of that, so it's just a matter of putting these M3x8s in at this point. So see, that's in there, and then on the back you can see these indexing features, and then there's a sacrificial bridge we'll have to pull out, but it looks like M3x8s and we'll be in business. You may want to purchase tires. Don't like that you have to glue them on. That's the thing I didn't want to deal with on stream, is gluing them. That has been has been my very least favorite part of RC, is gluing tires. Hey, Thomas. Not a lot of threads here. So right to there. Lego, yep. John, that's one of those facts that is definitely surprising, but everybody's heard it because it's surprising. So everybody knows it. So I guess at some point it's not surprising. You gotta catch the right audience for that to have an impact. Gluing tires is a bit of an art, but once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad. It just got so, I mean, almost no matter what you do, you end up with that CA glue white residue. Okay, so there's one. They are different. Wow, to be honest, Bill, I hadn't heard that fact. Apparently John hadn't either. Although it's surprising, is there anything real wood at IKEA? I guess at one time it was real wood. And you grind it up and turn it into a sludge and then mold it into something else. Yeah. I know they have solid wood stuff. I have some. They are very distinct, the front or rear. So that one has 6 little tabs. That one has 4. Makes it a little easier to not mix up the pieces. So it is raining. So the extent of our driving this will be about 10 feet of making sure it steers and goes forward and backwards. Zombie. Less than a, yeah. Thanks for the reminder, Zombie. I was having a good stream. Thanks for being a member. Yeah, me too. Me too. I have so much to do. Thanks. I'm really pleased with how this is turning out. Oh, oops, I missed. Oh, well. Really pleased. There are the TPU tires do have a feature that indexes into the rims as well, so they shouldn't spin on here. It's not just round. There's little tabs that go in. I think they might show it. Yeah, if you look at here, there's little spots where the rim indexes into the tires. Okay, so those are together. Rears. This is the other wheel style. Let's go down here. And then these go on with M3x16s. Wow. If you have axle washers installed, they are mandatory to use, otherwise the wheels will touch non-moving parts. Please check if you have axle washers installed. I did. I do. Okay. I have all the axle washers installed. We're ready to put tires on, aren't we? M3x16s. Yep, that's those. This is about to sit on its own. This is about to sit on its own. Let me clean out all of these. Stepper motor based RC tire spin balancer. I should have grabbed it. I found my prop balancer. I found my old prop balancer, which I use for balancing wheel or tires, RC tire stuff. I think it's Great Plains is the brand. Oh, we're getting some. It's raining harder out there now. Okay, and I would recommend making sure you don't have any bridged filament that's going to bunch up and cause this to not set straight on the wheel hex. These bridged really nice, so I don't think so. I think they did extra layers in the sacrifice here, maybe. So it was a little tougher to cut through than some of the others. Jack, Taylor didn't get banned. He got a terms violation based on a showing firearms on, but he was actually showing a prop, so likely an automated system recognized it as something it wasn't. It's not a ban though. It's as it was or is, it's a 90-day streaming break. But I don't think, my opinion is I'd be very surprised if that actually stuck. So it's very obviously, once a human looks at it, not a violation. The problem is getting a human to look at it, because their auto denial of appeals is not okay. It's not known for sure. Correct. How the report happened, but the bottom line is it was a system that initiated it. Okay. We can put these on. Let's do this. Let's do this. So I don't have to set it on its side. I think I can do this. What's in the middle? These. Yeah. Let's go here, here. Oh, it's not quite high enough. I've seen the people running YouTube. Okay. There's a front and a rear. Rear and a front. I need 3 jacks. I saw someone had printed some cool looking realistic jack stands for this. Okay. So I think that is not the play. You want to put this on here first. Then we can use the wheel to keep it from spinning. This is a milestone in this build. Go. I think I know which ones. I posted them in the, which ones what? All the jacks. I got it. Look at that view. What? It looks tired. Ah. I wonder how my shock settings cause it to sit, because that is all going to have a factor in the way the stance. Okay. Go. Okay. Spring rate's a little high, I think. That's okay. The front feels pretty good. The rear feels a little strong. The rear shocks are more upright than the fronts, but that's really not bad. It pretty much sets well. It's not, definitely not lowered, but all of that can be tweaked. That's awesome. there it is. But the tires do tuck well. When it compresses, it is a good spot, I think. It's awesome. Okay. Would have made a video, but lack of sleep said no. What? No battery yet. You're right. You're right. No battery yet. The front. Is awesome. It may still be setting out on its top, so I'll leave this for now. Okay, what is next? Oh, that's basically it. Okay. We need to get the rest of the electronics in. So I did, oh, that's the other thing off camera, is I soldered the motor ends on these wires and I put the receiver in here. So something I wanted to mention on these bullet connectors. There are a couple of designs out there. First thing I want to say is this Quick Run 16BL30. If you go out to the webpage for this, it says these are 3mm bullet connectors. They're not, they're 3.5. I bought 3s. They're harder to find. I bought them. They're wrong. So I had to buy 3.5s. There are a couple of styles of these. There are a couple of styles of these, and I don't know that I readily have an example. That's a Charger Dark, not a 240Z. That's a Dodge Charger. A first gen Dodge Viper kit would be awesome, especially a GTS. My friend has it's not first gen, it's a third gen, I think, 2005. On these bullet connectors, here, let's go 3.5mm bullet connectors. Let's just look through here in the images. This, I think, will be easiest to demonstrate. There are a couple of styles of these. If you have a choice, go with this style. The male end is one piece basically, and it's spring loaded by splitting it, and then it goes in. The ones that are like this, that have a separate pressed and then wrapped around springy bit, like this, are not as good as these for keeping a good high current connection. So if you have a choice, get these, not these or these. Even though this kit came with these are better. If you're designing something for an M3 screw that self-taps into plastic, what do you set the ID of the hole to? 2.9, sometimes you might have to go down to 2.8. But remember, any 3D printed part, you're not gonna end up, you have to really tune to even if your print settings are perfect, you're not gonna end up with a even 2.9mm. It ends up being a little smaller than that. Yeah, 2.9 or 2.8. I think the default Voron settings is 2.9, but 2.8 gives you a little tighter fit. Where were we? Oh, we're on to putting this in. So I haven't soldered the end on here because I wanted to see if I set this in here, because the way this stuff has to go, the battery leads on this this is how short they were. So I'm hoping I can put this all the way over here, and I think I will. Okay. So as far as where it fits and then coming out the holes that are in this, you'll see a little more, I think, in a second, but I need to put this on. Show the little insulating cover goes on first. Okay, Ethan, you're here. You wanted to know about soldering these guys. So this is one that I'm reusing because I ran out of them. I use for any of this stuff, I use my Weller iron, and I use a fairly heavier tip. If that doesn't work for me, then I have a even larger that might be in the other garage. But you're not gonna get away with using even this much difference. You want the larger tip. Are you running a 2S? I have a 3S. That's what the speed control is capable of 3S. Yeah. It says, the camera decides to cooperate. Come on. There you are. 2. It says right there. 2 to 3S LiPo. And it's got a 6-volt BEC. Okay. This. And I want some way to hold this, so I'm gonna use my vise here. And then these are marked on them. And this is the AMAS connector. Where is, oh, there it is. Down in there are the markings for plus and minus. Yeah, the only setup for this is brushless. They don't have a brushed option. No, maybe I could. That is a good point, Mitchell. I think I would be okay without it, but it is good practice to have the mating side. I gotta find one. Where did I put those? Plugged in. You're right. Now let's go even further, and a mating side with some 10 gauge wire. I'll sink all the heat away. There's a KV on the motor. I think it's 1400 or 13 or 1400. So this is gonna go. And I'm not using, all I'm using the vise for here is to, work holding. So you can put heat shrink on these. This does have a protector here. There's no way to get to them. There's no way to short it out. I'm not gonna put heat shrink on there. It may not be proper, but that's fine. What's it? Oops. Which way? Yeah. Wow. I guess I can go by the colors of the wires I have plugged in. Tin, clean the tip and tin it. Try not to breathe the smoke. I need a good soldering thing. I had already tinned the speed control wires here. So I'm basically just going to heat this up, get it hot, and then I can put this in here. And let the whole thing melt. And that's it. That is it. Full coverage on the solder. You can kind of tell when the whole thing is melted again. And hold it on. What temp are you at? 600F is what my iron is set to. Having the nice bit of heat sinking there keeps it from staying hot too long too. Going to grenade that drivetrain. If you did 3S, 2S is going to be hard on it. That's fine. I know how to not go full control or full throttle. And there we go. And then nothing can get in there. Wow. You could poke things in there, sure, but it's not going to fall across there. Not all of these have this little shield. So yes, absolutely, heat shrink. And heat shrink wouldn't have hurt here either. I didn't want to take the time. Okay. So that is on, and that's going to go across here. So the problem here is that this doesn't go completely over up out of the way. It has this little prop rod, but it doesn't give us a great. We just can't get a good view into here. I don't think. That piece of heat shrink over the back of the connector will keep trash out. There won't. It's inside the car. And this isn't a dirt car. You're absolutely right. Dirt cars. Other things, but it's fine. Probably get a better view of that. The much better surface in there than that. Hey, Max. Welcome. Build one, but I have 1,000 other projects to finish. Yeah. Fortunately, this is I'll have 999 other projects to finish after today. Okay, this is gonna go in here. It's kind of gotta go. It has to go in this orientation because the switch goes on this side and there's not enough room wire to wrap it around the speed control here and put it the other way. So I'm banking on the connector just barely poking out over this right side. So this is just gonna go, let's see. Go right down in here. And then right there. 1280 in race trim. The 240, but close enough. Some Golf racing livery. So now what were the ABC? Does it matter? Where is the instructions for the controller? I'm gonna get the motor plugged in. The ESC is programmable, and I have the programmer for it. I have the hobby wing. I think it's right. Is it right here? No, it's in another spot. I have the programmer somewhere. It's the ESC run clipper. Blue, yellow, orange. But which is which? Anybody more familiar with these? Have some quick advice on hookup? Yeah, drag brake is absolutely. So coming off of the motor, it was blue, black, and red. And we've got yellow, orange, and blue, or yellow, red, and blue on the speed control. I don't know how that, I've looked for labels. I think it's labeled on the motor, but it's a little late for A, B, and C. I know I can always move them around. It's just, it'll only be boot time in places like the UK. It'll be trunk time. Okay, well, let's just, I guess you're right. Let's just hook it up. This stupid little prop rod is dumb. Actually, let's not. Let's get the switch in place. The switch and the receiver wire. Where's that? That goes right. Blue to blue. Thanks, John. I knew you'd be helpful. Okay, so the receiver is all plugged in. The switch, if we go back to here, there was instructions. We skipped this way back. Right here. So the switch goes in what way? Right, like that. And those are M3x16s holding it. So let me get this in here. There we go. M3x16s. 50-50, it's either correct or it isn't. Yeah, and it doesn't blow anything up if it's wrong. It just doesn't work. Oh, come on. Oh, there's no, it's not magnetic. Also just reverse it in the ESC or on the controller. I gotta find where that mounting hole is. Is that it? Yeah, there we go. Oops. As long as the spice continues to flow, everything is hunky-dory. Can't actually tell if I'm hitting the right spot with the screw or not. I hit it over here, which means I would assume I was hitting it over there. But it doesn't indicate that it's actually threading in. Okay. There's no room to get in here. It's not threading in. where am I actually? Let's see. Oh, I know why. So I used supports. It put a organic support right up the middle of one of the mounting holes for this. And I need to do some put it right in there. That's why it wasn't working. Now, let's see if it'll fall out. I think it did. I think it did. Okay, so that goes in there. Yep. Why they don't want you to use supports. I didn't notice that was a spot I should have put a support blocker, because I did block supports on quite a few areas. Just trying to get that that surface to look good. So now, these over here, and then they plug in, let's go blue to blue. That's the easy one, right, John? I'm gonna tuck it. Tuck these down out of the way. And then, I guess red to orange, we're gonna guess. And black to yellow. Whichever way you do it, it'll be wrong, just like plugging in the USB-A connectors. This piece goes on top. The battery connector sticking out right there. And then, what are those? Does it say what size screws? Probably, no, it doesn't say. It has a, all this, you put all, oh yeah, it does, in 3x6, okay. Never mind. Now, this is probably earlier in the manual because of the pain that I am having here. This is 22 months, yeah. We're at, oh, where'd it go? There it is. We are nearly at 2 years. Oh, don't tell me that it had. No, I blocked supports for those. I know I blocked those supports. for helping with that math. Anytime, John. Are we at 2 more screws and done? Is that where we're at here? Last 2 screws. It's really, those wires could have been longer. It's true. Has it been long enough? That print is probably done, huh? Ah, there we go. See, not a lot of room to plug that in, but it will plug in. But you can barely get to the switch here. I don't know which one's on or off, but we'll find out. Let me see something. Let me see something. Nothing, okay. I'm trying to log into something. Trying to log into something. If it comes up, I will bring it over here. Oh, I've had my phone in my pocket. Oh, it says finished. Okay. So I was logging into my Prusa Connect account. And the print did finish. So I will go and grab it. Doesn't look like I got any pocket modders today. I will be right back. That looks great. Yeah, that looks great. Awesome. That means, and what did we need for fasteners here? Right here. So in 3x8 to screw those together. 3x8 to put it onto the car. So here's our front chin spoiler. This guy goes in there. Like that. These are the last two screws in the build. It will be easier. I'll just let it sit on the mirrors there for a minute. Yeah, that's definitely designed. There's only two screws holding that. Definitely designed to break off. I'm going to replace these screws on here with the other ones I have in hopes that it kind of holds down into the little spots a little easier. How many times have you had an RSI? Well, I've had soreness from that, things like that, but never anything, what would you call it? What is the term? Not lasting. So the heads of these screws are too loose in the little features here that they snap into. But these are screws that I sought out specifically to have a smooth around the socket head instead of the texture that most of them have. So I'm swapping them out for ones that are shorter, but it doesn't matter. But they have a texture. I don't have the same length with a texture. Okay, before we snap that down, let's get it up on blocks in case it decides to go and turn it on. Are we ready? Well, I just snapped the end off a wiper, catching it on the, I'll just glue that. I'm not going to reprint that. Just catching it on the wiper, wiping off the windshield. I do have an RC stand. It's in storage. So, but we have the next best thing. We have 1, 2, 3 blocks. Okay, are we ready to turn this on? Let's turn the radio on. So the radio master. Hey, Apollo. I've been thought always switch on your remote before you attach your battery. Yep, that's exactly where we were going. We're turning it on. So if you listen, it talks to us. Or do you have to hold it down?
Welcome to EdgeTX. Stop.
Welcome to EdgeTX. Okay, there are setup things in here, but with it on, I think we're okay just having it on. The receiver I put in here is the one that came with the radio, so it should be prepared. But we're prepared unless it's not. Okay, we ready? Do we have a better view maybe? Let's see what happens. I don't even know if the speed control is on or not. I don't know which direction is on or off. Here, maybe the instructions say turn on the switch. So turn on is back towards the reset button, it looks like. So it should be off right now. Let's find out. Okay, it's plugged on. That's tucked in there. This could go in here. Isn't there a, I guess that just kind of goes, that goes in here like this. Oh, I see. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to put that on yet. Are we ready? I'm going to turn it on. Everything's clear. Nothing's going to go flying. Okay. Turned on. No, no drama yet. Let's just see. Oh, it's backwards. Okay, so that's something I saw in a tutorial. I just touched the steering wheel just to check steering. Radio Master does something weird, and they put throttle on channel 1. Steering is usually on channel 1, and throttle's on channel 2. Notice the servo center. So we can, the video I saw recommended a method to fix that. Nope, I wanted this. So let's go through here and let me see if I remember this. I think we go to system. Is that right? No. Let's go return. So model, and I think we can go model select. The MT12 is the default model. So now we can change, we can do things like change the name. We can do stuff. This is page, here, let's do this. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's see how well it's gonna do because it's tucked under there. It's tucked under the edge. There we go. Missed some of it? Nope, it just came out clean. Okay. So there are a lot of options. We are just looking for the basics right now. But okay, I think we can go page over and we can start hitting things like drive modes. We're not going to change. What is that? Inputs. So you see how channel 1 here is throttle and channel 2 is steering. I'm not clear why. The instructions or the video I saw that was talking about this said it's better to change this in the mixing. I'm not sure why, but we're going to follow that because that's the video I've seen. And if I need to change it later, I will. But if you keep going, then there are mixes. And now we can, how do we select this and no. What do we do? Is it here? No. Maybe, I don't know what to do to check that. No, not model. It's the page over. Outputs. Is this where you do it? Edit. I don't know. It was placed perfectly. It was a screen protector if you just trim the pull tab. Well, that's okay. Return. Return. I thought they said to do it here. Edit. There we are. And then you change the source, and now if we, whoa, I thought it would. Okay. we can do that. And now, oh, it's doing both. That's fine. Let's go back and back. Now go down here to channel 2, edit, and this one is throttle. Select and go back. Now I think, there we go. It's even steering in the correct direction. I'm only doing partial movements. I don't want to force this to an end and past and break something. I would unplug the car battery before it runs off the desk. Why? It's up on things. And if the battery's unplugged, then I'm not going to be able to check my settings. And then, oh, so throttle is reversed. Now, is that typically just I flip 2 of the connectors? Well, I can't test what I'm doing here, John, if I don't have the car on. It's fine. It's on blocks. So here, let's do this. Let's switch it here because switching it in the car is a pain in the ass. So throttle, we're going to go back in here. And is this where you change the control inverted in the control? Well, I think we can do it here. Okay, it's not there. I think it might have been in a different spot. So if we come over here, outputs. Oh, so this is where we can change the max. So I think I can go here and edit this. And the min, I think I can bring this. I don't really want, here, let's bring this way down. Trying to figure out where it's. I don't know which one I'm actually changing here, so I'm going kind of far in the setting, bringing it way down, and then I'll bring it back up to the max travel. I think it's steering left that I'm adjusting. Let's see if it's moving. That doesn't seem to be hurting anything there. It's at like 55%. Can't really tell if it's doing it live or not. It's definitely not hitting the end of travel like it was before. You can do all kinds of stuff with this, John. This is you're watching the very first time I've actually used this radio. Yeah, so this way it can go too far. This way it cannot yet. So I'm going to try moving this up to like 50 even and see if it looks about right, because it's easy. Yeah, it's not going too far. So let's go there. And then let's change the max. Let's bring this down to, oops, down to 50. I don't know if you can hear that beeping. Hopefully it's not too. Let's see what it looks like at 50, see if it's the same either way. No, it's too high at 50. So let's go down to that 45 that I was at before, 46. That seems close. So we're gonna leave that right there. There's probably a trim that needs to be needs to be adjusted, but we're gonna say okay. And then here's the direction. So we're gonna go back now and go to the throttle channel now and edit that. And we're gonna change the direction, invert it. Yeah, full steering. Oh yeah, it does. There's some, there is somewhere that it's hitting at full steering. Is it doing it both sides? Yeah, it does it on both sides. There's something in the steering geometry that's hitting. Anyway, that inverted should work. So let's see. Yep. And now, which one is the steering trim? I can't even tell what trim I'm on. I don't even know what that was then. Go here. Which one is steering trim? We want basically channel 2 trim, right? When do we jump it? Can you run 2 cars in sync from the controller at the same time? I don't know, but there's all kinds of things. Like there's a loaner mode where you can put your receiver into loaner mode and it allows someone else to, with one of these type radios, to pair with it and drive your car with their radio. What I want to know is how to trim the steering. Which one is, oops, that's a switch.
Trim center. Trim center.
Yeah, trim, oh, trim center, I see.
Trim center.
That's kind of nice. It tells me when I hit the center of something.
Trim center. Trim center.
Okay, that's the throttle trim.
Trim center.
There we are. So which? Oh, there it is. I had to go to minimum trim to get something out of the steering. Yeah, I'll have to play with that. There we go. Okay, in that range it seems to be adjustable. This radio has so many features. Okay, so that's where we're at right now. It would drive right now. Let's do it. I guess I can just kind of dodge the things, all the things that are in here. Let me make some room. Since it's raining, we can't drive it outside. Not sure how I would do that anyway. Maybe we can just do something like that. I yeah, that seems to be okay. Check the brakes. It by default, I never like the way these controllers are set up. They don't have drag brake. They tend to go instantly into reverse, which is really bad for these plastic drivetrains. Oh, I forgot. We need to put our tunes in. So this will go in here, and it should snap onto those. Okay, I don't know, but oh, that goes right there. There we go. We got our tunes. And check this out. Are you still around, Max? Are you still around, Max? Dunk. Oh, was that? Oh, there we are. Oh, that's awesome. The TPU tires are very slick, but holy moly, that's fun. That is incredible. I love this thing. Favorite RC project yet? Oh boy, that is awesome. Did we miss anything? Did I say we would cover anything on here that we haven't? This is so fun. Did I miss anything? Ooh. It has stirred up stuff. This is a dirty, dusty floor. So yes, it is now officially dirty. Never actually closed those. There we go. Now it's closed. How much do I have invested in this? That is a good question. The model files are $50. I probably have, well, I would buy 2 rolls of your main color. And then you probably want at least the black and a silver. So, yeah. All the hardware and stuff, like the speed control is like $20 or $30. The motor is $20. The servo, the cheap ones on Amazon are like $10. It adds up. The radio, if you don't already have one, adds up. That is awesome. It is done. There we go. That's a better view. It needs some suspension. It needs to be lowered a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh yeah. You're looking at $250 to $300 minus the radio? Really? You think you're looking at that much? You're looking at probably about $100 in filament, right? 100 and, well, I mean, not $100 in filament, but close. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Somewhere between $200 and $300 is probably reasonable. What's under the hood? The Max has a brake master cylinder, wiper fluid, and coolant reservoir. Yeah, this has a radiator. There isn't a great way to get your fingers underneath the front of the hood. That's interesting. I'll have to figure that out. These are a little tight fitting, so I think I might have to, wonder if I can do if this is, I want something broad that's not going to dent up the plastic. I have some plastic trim bars that'll probably be best for this. Where are those? Ah. These are blunt. Let's try this one. I have more than these. These are an older set I have. My Mellow just showed up for the Milo. Nice. There we go. There. Very cool. Is your radio and receiver you're running ELRS? Is that the new thing? That these things, it's whatever the fancier lower latency version of this is. Oh, also you see this can be edited, changed. LED lighting. Look at that. The doors. This is the coolest thing here. Door open with the handle. And that closing is so satisfying. Snap. Very cool. I am happy. I wasn't expecting it to get so dirty though. Just from, and that means I really need to sweep. It is a good drifter though, right? I'm very impressed with myself for not running it into the Phoenix. Okay, same deal here. Let's see if I can get a. These screw heads are just too tight on this. I have to either adjust my printed parts here, maybe print some until they fit these screw heads better or something. Now this should kind of snap into there's some screw heads here, but I think my seats are too far back. So I need to adjust the seats so that they set right where they need to here. I'm hitting the seat when I'm trying to put these in. So let's turn that off. Hear that? It said telemetry lost. Nice. My Mellow CDY6 just showed up for the Milo. Nice. Now wash it, clay bar popping and ceramic coating. I need working speakers in there. I need working lights. But I gotta say, my license plate, I am super stoked with that. There's a little bit, I can feel something warm there. I think the speed control actually got warm. Interesting. Did the motor get warm? No. See ya, Ethan. We are winding down. We have 4 hours into this. I'm gonna glue my wiper back on. Maybe I'll try heating these up and curve them a bit so they don't stick, so they don't look so wrong. That goes in there. Battery. Here, let's do this one side at a time. Move the seat forward. I guess I can do both of them right here. And just move it all the way forward. There's no reason for it to be back at all at that point. So seats are forward now. Now hopefully I can get this in here. Huh. So I think that's the same deal. Those screw heads aren't locking on at all. But then this will set into a little spot in the rear here. There we are. There's a little indent there for it. And that goes down. Is there a dual exhaust option? Someone made a mix with side pipes. That's pretty cool. This goes down. Kind of bend it side to side to get it past whatever catch it's on here. Yes, that is. Okay, it's got an actual proper working differential. Oh, let's see. So that is, oops, that is full compression. So it just barely touches the fender flare there at full compression. And then on this side, I'll do this side since the other side's still curing. Yeah, that's my shock settings, I think, are about perfect. That's full compression. It's just touching the fender flares, just like the front. So those, I can post a link to the little ball ends that I bought, but 22 millimeters in the rear and uncut in the front. Yeah, you're right, John. I need to unplug the battery. I will probably drive this again for my family before, right after we get off stream though. So, this is fun. This is the longest build series in Charlie's Angels history, right? But I am very pleased with the build. I need to get some good pictures of it and get them up there. Yeah, and the reality is I probably won't put the purchase tires on it ever. I'll save those for another build. I'm sure there will be another one. I'm glad I went with the color. I'm glad I went with these tires. I'm glad I took the time to redo the taillights. Yeah. So I think we're going to wrap it up. Park that in the max. We're going to wrap it up. I'm going to get on to the next thing. I'll figure out what our next member stream thing will be. Let me look at what dates. Hey, Jaeger. The dates, so April, the 20th is Rocky Mountain. It's either going to be the 13th or the 27th. But most likely it's going to be the 27th. Because if I can do it later in the month, then that 13th gives me more Rocky Mountain prep time. So we'll probably do something on the 27th. So, did I do a donut inside the Phoenix? It doesn't get underneath. And no, the crossbar keeps that from being able to happen. So with that, I hope to see folks tomorrow. We will have Jake and 9 Mile as guests on the stream tomorrow. We expect to make the Milo run. You guys got a little sneak preview of my ability to be able to tip it on its back. So I hope that goes well. I'm gonna do a little bit more prep for that today to make sure we're ready. And take care, everyone. Thanks for being members. See you tomorrow. Tuesday, we will be back on the Green V2, probably getting close to wrapping that up. So take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.